All rise. 34, Judge David Williams presiding.
Please bow your head for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Everybody have a seat. Commonwealth versus Curtis Adams. Morning, Judge. Good morning. Are you Curtis Adams?
Yes, sir, I am.
Mr. Adams, you're here in 22 CR 00107. You born in 1989.
Yes, sir, I was.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
6257.
Okay, what does the Commonwealth have?
Your Honor, we've been negotiating this case. And
Okay, I can't hear any. Y'all gonna have to step over to the side.
We had a negotiation day. I've made an offer. Mr. Bell has a few things he wants to look into, and I'd like to have one more settlement day and not we'll get a trial.
When is your settlement day?
March 10th at 1 o'clock.
Be here March 10th. 1 o'clock and March 16th, your next court day. You'll either enter a plea that day or we'll set a jury trial.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bronny Bays. Commonwealth versus Bronny Bays, 22 CR 0026. Are you Bronny Bays?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1984. Last four digits, social security number 5442. Y'all move to the left, please. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
You know, there's an active investigation going at this time, a KSP. There may be some other individuals in this case indicted. And we have the April pretrial on this.
When is the trial date set on?
There was a trial date set, and that's when Mr. Hunt and Mr. Judd got to look into it. We got all the bank records. We had the front side of the bank records, but didn't have the back. So that's really.
So when you want to negotiate, when is your negotiation day in April?
Ms. Costello, probably.
Yeah.
April the 27th is the next court date.
I'd say April the. Are you available 14th, Smith?
Yes, I am available.
April 14th.
April 14th, you'd be April 14th and April the 27th. Both of them are conditions of your bond. Gerald Beckner.
Just give me a call, okay? Because the numbers I had on.
Oh, yeah, you weren't on my phone either. I looked.
Is Mr. Beckner in custody?
Yes.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Gerald Beckner, 22 CR 00106. Are you Gerald Beckner? Yes, sir. Mr. Beckner, were you born in 1977? Yes, sir. Last four digits of your social security number 4499. Would you step over to your left, both of you, please? Mr. Stockton, what do you have in this case?
We didn't have anything to report. Mr. Baker didn't appear to be investigating.
Okay, the next negotiation day is March the 11th. And your next court date is March 16th.
Your Honor, would the court consider reinstating his bond pending that settlement day?
How did he do on that last bond I had set for him and told him he had to be there on those days? How did he do on that?
And he was not here.
Oh, well, we'll know where he is next time.
Your Honor, I did not know of the date. I would have been here if I'd known. If I was told the date, I absolutely did not know of the next court date I know of was today. I wasn't made
Did you
aware.
come to court today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you work anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work?
I got a job about 2 weeks ago with
Tell me
Morrison
where
Recycling.
you work.
Morrison Recycling, or well, it's changed hands, but it's still
How many days a week do you work? Okay. Did you miss work today?
no, yes, I'm going on to work after this, hopefully.
Well, I'm gonna give you a free strike at this, okay? I'm gonna let you out of jail. You won't be transported. Since you're working, let the word go forth. If you get a job and try to work a little bit, it'll sure help you when the court makes decisions. So you make sure that you're here on March the 11th and March the 16th.
It's
Okay,
March 10th.
10th. March the 10th and March 16th. Okay. Zachary Bramlett. Commonwealth versus Zachary Bramlett. Are you Zachary Bramlett?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 23 CR 0001. Were you born in 1992?
Yes, sir.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
8719.
You're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have counsel with you, have the right to remain silent. Any question about what's going on,
No, sir.
you can step away.
Yes, yes, Your Honor, here for the purpose of arraignment, we'll waive from reading.
Wait just a second.
Yes,
Is this are you a conflict counsel or are you privately retained?
I'm here on behalf of Mr. Cross, who's, I'm here
Privately
for,
retained.
here
There
for,
was just an order in there about financial ability to pay, so I had me confused.
Yes,
Back
no, it's
up here.
privately retained counsel.
Take center stage. The grant, Mr. Bramlett, you did say that you did identify your social security number. The grand jury of Cumberland County has charged you with possession of controlled substance, failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle, operating a motor vehicle with expired operation plate, no registration plate or receipt, expired registration plates. Do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, wait for more reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the next date he's to be here is on March 10th for negotiations, and the next court date is March the 16th. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order, and your attorney will be provided information to help prepare your defense.
Your Honor, did you set this for negotiation day, Your Honor?
Yes,
Okay,
the 10th and the 16th.
thank you.
Grady Finley. Commonwealth versus Grady Finley, 22 CR 0094. Are you Grady Finley? Yes, sir. Born in 1962.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 0167. Yes, sir. You will move to the side.
Your Honor, I think we've reached a resolution in this matter. It will involve Mr. Finley returning some money or paying some monies to the VFW.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I've had a cold, plus it's,
Well, I'm kind of hoarse too.
Yeah.
I believe we have a resolution. It will involve Mr. Finley paying restitution to the VFW. And at that point in time, the Commonwealth will agree to dismiss the case and will tender a restitution order and ask that this case be set for March the 16th.
okay, now, how is a restitution order entered if the case is dismissed?
Well, we'll go ahead and enter the order today, and if it's paid.
Then you'll dismiss.
Then I'll
Then you'll
dismiss
move
it. If it's not, then I'll.
How much restitution is it?
$5,000, and that's acceptable to the post commander and to Mr. Finley. is my
Is the
understanding.
post commander here today?
I don't know, Bill Wills, I met with him in my office Monday. That was satisfactory with him. And that's in fact, that's how you want to resolve the case.
Okay, when's the 5,000 to be paid?
16th of March.
Okay, you'll be back here on the 16th of March and we'll reach a resolution on that date or we'll set a jury trial, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Juan Garcia. Yeah. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Juan Garcia. 23 CR 0002. Are you Juan Garcia?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's your year of birth?
2002.
The last four digits of your social security number.
3485.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. The grand jury of Cumberland County has charged you with fleeing or evading the police in the first degree, wanton endangerment in the first degree, operating and altering vehicle on a public highway, improper passing, disregarding a stop sign, reckless driving, and speeding. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receiving indictment, away formal reading arraignment, and pleading not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
You'll be back here on March the 10th for negotiations and March the 16th. What's the bond in this case? Does anybody know what the bond is? $20,000 surety, okay. Has he been processed yet? Okay,
No, you had a condition on bond.
I can't hear you.
You had a condition.
Well, he hadn't made the bond, yeah,
Oh, well, in case he does, they'll hold state farm.
yeah.
Your Honor, I'm appearing on behalf of Mr. Cross for arraignment purposes only today.
You need to speak up. I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Cross today, I'm appearing my limited appearance for arraignment purposes only today. But with regard to bond, if we could be heard.
Sure.
Um, Your Honor, we would be requesting this, Mr. Garcia does not have any kind of history. I don't know what he's been, his.
That's right. He's just
assessment
got a
is
$20,000 surety bond, very low bond.
20,000 surety.
Surety is what they said.
He was informed through processing that he had 10,000 cash, so it's a 20,000.
Double check it. It's what I was told.
Okay. Your Honor, we'll wait, we'll not necessarily waive being heard on bond, but at
And
this
then
time,
as a condition, he not be on the park property, Dale Hall State Park.
there'll be no issue, Your Honor.
He's got pre-trial monitoring, 24-hour curfews, be at home except for work, church, medical, or court appearances. And also, not appear in Dale Hall State Park, on the property of Dale Hall State Park. That needs to be printed in the new bond. It needs to be a written condition when he makes the bond.
Thank you for the clarification, Your Honor.
Did you get the dates? He's to be back.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
Tabitha Gibson. Commonwealth versus Tabitha Gibson, 23 CR 0003. Are you Tabitha Gibson? Were you born in 1987?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 4800.
Yes.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. If you have any questions, step away and ask your counsel. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you possession of a controlled substance in the first degree and operating a motor vehicle under the influence of substances. To acknowledge the identity of client, receive indictment, wait formal reading arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm saying a reciprocal discovery order requires the Commonwealth to provide your attorney certain information will help prepare your defense. You should be back here on March the 10th for negotiation and March the 16th for your next court appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dallas Hayes. What's his charge here?
Possession of controlled substance.
There is also active.
For what? For that same charge? Yeah. You want him to appear here to get this case going, or you want to let him stay in that rehab?
If he can appear to say, I don't see why he couldn't do that. No, he could appear.
I will work on getting that set up with him, Your Honor. I
We'll have
represent,
him appear next month by Zoom, and if not, we'll have him transported. Where is he in the rehab at?
it's at St. Catherine's, Art Crown Recovery in, Washington County.
Well,
Kentucky.
that's not, well, see if they can transport him.
Okay.
That's just a hop and skip. It's a good road.
I tried to get it set
I
up
mean,
with
they
the
don't want
treatment
to keep it,
facility
they're
for
making
today.
about $400 a day, so they want to keep him up there.
I understand, Your Honor. I'll
They
get it.
probably have special recovery for transportation. Kyle Kenyon. How much do they get today, Mr. Bell? You keep up with things like that.
No, I don't, Judge. I had to pay my own, but I don't keep up with it.
You know, they made about 400 or 500. They make about four,
Oh,
maybe
yes,
more
sir.
than that a day.
Good.
Pretty good business there. Carmel versus Kyle Kenyon. Are you Kyle Kenyon?
Yes.
This is 22 CR 0085. Mr. Kenyon, were you born in 1999?
Yep.
What are the last four digits of social security number?
9714.
Okay, you're here for a pretrial conference. What do y'all have?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe we are here for pretrial conference. We have just on behalf of Mr. Hoover. who
What do y'all have?
Just entered an appearance.
Yeah, I just got an
Nothing.
entry of appearance from Mr. Hoover yesterday on this. I assume he probably wanted another pre-trial conference.
Yes,
Pretrial conference on March the 10th. The next court date's March the 16th.
negotiation day, Your Honor, for the 10th is over.
March the 10th negotiation. Both of those are conditions of your bond, Mr. Kenyon. Look, you understand, Mr. Kenyon?
Yes.
Okay. What's Mr. Kenyon charged with?
So sexual abuse case, you know.
Are they complaints about his bond?
No,
Okay. Melissa Logston. Como versus Melissa Logston. 22 CR 00088. Are you Melissa Logston?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1973?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 8596. You're here for sentencing. Is
Yes.
that correct? Have you had an opportunity? To look at the pre-sentence investigation report that was done by probation and parole?
Yes.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Is there any reason why this lady should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty possession of controlled substance first degree, defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. What are the court costs in this case?
$215.
$215. You need some time to pay that.
Yes.
I'll allow you to pay it $30 a month. First payment starts 30 days from today, okay? Okay, the probation parole officers over there. Brian Markham. Brian Markham.
He wanted this one.
What?
And the violation of my trial. He mailed this one.
Your Honor, Mr. Wilkerson is conflict counsel on Mr. Martin's case. He just walked out with Mr. King, so.
You represent Mr. Markham?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mark, can you hear what I'm saying? Is he deaf or does he need these apparatus?
He would need one of those headphones.
Mr. Bailiff, will you recover one of these apparatus to give to him? Can you hear me now, Mr. Markham?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, you're here today for a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have?
We didn't discuss anything at the negotiation day because Ms. Costello informed me that he would be conference. So we'll need another day.
So now this is conflict counsel here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, while I got you here, you got counsel. They say you have not been in contact with pretrial services since January 28th.
I hadn't had a phone till just recently.
Well, that's not good enough. That's like the dog ate my homework. There are phones everywhere.
Your Honor, if I may, he was present at the last negotiation day, which was on the 17th,
I'm good. I'm glad. I appreciate that.
and he's been.
But I'm gonna tell you where he's gonna be if he doesn't get a hold of pretrial. He's gonna be in the Adair County Jail. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
These people got their jobs to do too, and you shall not disrespect them.
Okay.
We have an understanding that, can you come over here and give them a number? Okay, before you leave here, give your attorney the number.
Okay.
And I expect you to be in contact and comply, or you'll spend the time in jail till we get this resolved.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Wesley McCall.
Your Honor, with the March 10th and March 16th.
10th and 16th.
Okay, thank you.
10th and the 16th, both of them conditions of bond. Wesley McCall. Commonwealth versus Wesley McCall. 22 CR 00102. Are you Wesley McCall?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1970? Last four digits of your social security number 8985.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here today for a pretrial conference. What do we have?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Here, wait a second.
Jeffrey, listen.
Sir, a motion's been made. It says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment 22 CR 00102?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? You feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you, and do you feel like you're fully informed?
Yes, sir.
Now, you understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights.
Yes, sir.
You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. The right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel as a jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called testify against you. Right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses to favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. And the right to require Commonwealth to prevail on reasonable doubt to the guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entertaining
Yes,
a
sir.
plea of guilty, you give up all those rights.
Yes, sir.
And I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided. So I don't have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I don't accept the recommendation and you decide, and I decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I will review a probation, a report by probation parole before making that decision. And what, Mr. Kyle, we all step to the left here. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. McGall will plead guilty possession of controlled substance, first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years. He will plead guilty tampering physical evidence, receive a sentence of 5 years. Those two charges shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years. The 5-year sentence shall be probated for 5 years. It shall be supervised. He'll follow all recommendations of the Social Service Commission and be evaluated to them. This case is run concurrently with Clinton Circuit Court Case 22 CR2. I'm planning on dismissing, tendering order dismissal on that case. The defendant shall pay a court cost of discretion of the court. He'll obtain and maintain gainful employment, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
What are the court costs in this case? $215, and you can pay that at $3 a month after sentencing. Okay. Is that what the recommendation was that you accepted?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes.
You understand that by entering this plea, you'll be a convicted felon, and any future felony pleas could be enhanced under persistent felony offender law.
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the document? Mr. Bale?
Yes.
Mr. Bale, will you present that to the clerk? I'll accept the agreement, order pre-sentence investigation report, and have sentencing on March the 16th. You need to go over and meet with the probation parole officer over there.
Thank you, sir.
Stanley Michael. Come over, Stanley Michael. Cromwell versus Stanley Michael, 22 CR 0090. Mr. Michael, were you born in 1968?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3511.
Yes, sir.
You're represented by counsel here today at the pretrial. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this?
We have a plea, Your Honor.
The felony plea. A motion has been tendered. It says you wish to enter plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0090?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Is your judgment impaired? Do you know what's
No, sir.
going on? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about the case. You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand the rights.
Yes,
You're
sir.
right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You're right to speed trial, but you're either right to be represented by counsel or at your trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence. The right to call witnesses in your favor. The right to appeal this matter to higher court. If you lose the right to part of the Commonwealth, prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged against you. Understand by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights.
Yes, sir.
Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. If you'll step to your left, please. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 2 years, probated for 3 years. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant shall be assessed and follow any recommendations of the social service clinician. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours of community service per week until gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all evidence destroyed in a manner that is consistent with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency.
You want to step back over here? Now, I want to ask you something. Is that the agreement you reached, sir? Is that the agreement you reached? Is your client disabled?
He is, Judge.
So I guess that would modify that portion of it.
Yes, sir. We want to bring that up.
So
We
I'll-
appreciate that.
I'll make a modification. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're doing so of your own free will,
Yes, sir.
knowing the constitutional rights that I've explained to you, it's still your desire to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand that this conviction can be used against you in the future to enhance penalty under persistent felony offender law. You understand that?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that your signature on the docket?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the plea and schedule sentencing on March 16th. The probation parole officer is right behind you there. If you'll talk to him, we'll see you on that date.
Thank you, Judge.
Kenneth Pulliam.
Thank you, Judge.
Commonwealth versus Kenneth Pulliam. Mr. Wilkerson still back there sometime? Kenneth Pulliam. Commonwealth versus Kenneth Pulliam, 22 CR 0089. Are you Kenneth Pulliam? Pulliam, you born in 1973. You step behind the speaker there. Thank you very much. Last four digits, social security number 3449. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're here for a pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to report?
We had a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay, a motion has been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a plea of guilty today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0089?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
You have reviewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you. Are you fully informed about this case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the United States Kentucky Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to bill this matter a higher court if you lose, and the right to fire the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged against you. Understand that by entering a plea of guilty, you give up on all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any that's allowed by law prior to accepting a recommendation all the way to pre-sentence investigation report, done by probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. If y'all will step to your left, please. Step to your left. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Pulliam will plead guilty to driving under the influence, fourth offense. He'll receive a sentence of 3 years, serve 120 days, balance probated for 3 years. Probation is to be supervised. He'll be assessed and evaluate the SSC and follow any recommendations, pay court cost discretion of the court, maintain gainful employment. All evidence in this case will be destroyed.
You let him stand behind the speaker there, right? Is that what you agreed to? Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir. I was going to ask the court on the 120 days.
No, it's not time to do that. I'm asking you,
I understand.
is
Yes,
that what you agreed to?
yes, sir.
Okay. Has anyone threatened or coerced you?
No.
Are you entering this plea because you did commit the act as charged?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand that this is enhanceable, not only as a felony, but as a DUI charge. You understand that? Both of them are enhanceable. Know your constitutional rights. Is it still your desire to enter the plea and allow the court to fix your punishment as permitted by law?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the document? Okay, I'll accept the plea in order of pre-sentence investigation report and schedule a sentencing date.
Your Honor, if I may be heard on scheduling sentencing, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Pulliam is currently in treatment. He's been afforded an allowance to come to court. If we could request sentencing be pushed till April on this, he's under conditions to allow him time to finish his treatment program. He's been rock solid in it thus far, no hiccups, and I would just be making a request that he be able to do that.
Where is he in-house somewhere?
He's in,
I'm in the sober living part now.
but he's going to be discharged first of April, right?
It's first week or two of April, yes. It's my graduation.
Your Honor, in this case, Mr. Pulliam had never.
When do we have a court date, first part of the April over in Clinton County?
Clinton County will be the first. I believe it's the 13th. The 13th of April in Clinton County will be the first motion day.
schedule sentencing for April 13th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. When you finish your treatment over there, the conditions of your bond here remain the same. When you get out of treatment, condition your bond, you won't be operating any motor vehicles. You'll be at home, church, doctor, court appearances. Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Meet with the probation pro officer over there. And that's when the PSI will just go do the PSI the normal way and just present it to us in Clayton County, okay? James Riley. Mr. Poindexter is going to be running late, so we'll have to pass that. Elizabeth Scott. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Elizabeth Scott, 22 CR 0086 and 21 CR 0056. What do we have in this case?
Your Honor, we have a felony plea to the new charge and a resolution on the old, on the revocation.
Are you Elizabeth Scott,
Yes, sir.
born in 1992?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5440.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I understand you wish to enter plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0086?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about the case.
Yes, sir.
You understand that you not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial, but jury right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Your right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses in your favor. You have the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. Your right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that? I may consider Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply to you range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept it prior to accepting any recommendation. I will await a pre-sentence investigation report to be done on probation parole. Event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Step to your left, please. Now, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, upon a plea of guilty in this case, 22 CR 86, Ms. Scott, with theft of unlawful taking over $1,000, she'll plead guilty, receive a sentence of 5 years, serve 6 months home incarceration, probated for 5 years. Probation is be supervised. I originally recommended the specialty court program, but she didn't qualify for that. The defendant shall pay restitution in the amount of $1,278 to Minute Mart at the rate of $100 per month. The first payment shall be paid within 30 days from the entry of this plea, and 1 month thereafter. She'll pay court costs at discretion of the court. The Commonwealth will not revoke the diversion in 21 CR 56, but this 5-year sentence will run consecutive to the 3-year sentence in 21 CR 56.
Okay, now you said 6 months.
Home incarceration.
Probate.
Yes, because she's on a diversion now.
Yeah, but are you probating the in-home incarceration?
No, it's probated sentence. The balance is probated.
Split sentence kind of thing.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I may have misspoken.
Well, you probably didn't. I just probably didn't understand. Okay.
And that any evidence in this case will be destroyed and she'll pay court costs at discretion of the court.
Okay. Is that what you agreed to, young lady?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. Did you enter this plea of your own free will?
Yes.
Knowing your constitutional rights, is it's to your desire to go forward and let the court set your punishment?
Yes.
You understand that this could be used against you in any future convictions as far as giving you more time. Is that your signature on the docket? Okay, I'll order
Yes,
a pre-sentence investigation report to be done and you to become back here on March 16th for your sentence of probation parole officers right over there.
Okay.
Go get him the information. Dustin Sutherland. Dustin Sutherland has an active warrant. So the only thing that we have is this suppression motion, and in comes Mr. Poindexter. Ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commonwealth versus James Riley.
Which one's right here? Thanks.
Gonna do suppression. You have it's Commonwealth of Kentucky versus James D. Riley. Are you James D. Riley?
Yes, sir.
This year, Mr. Riley, what year were you born?
59,
Last four digits of your social security number.
8554.
There's been a motion to suppress here. There was a warrantless search or stop, or what do we have here, Mr. Poindexter?
Your Honor, the officer claims that he pulled him over for failure to wear protective eyewear. And according to the statute, eye protection is not required on a moped. And so if he didn't have the right to pull him over for that, then he didn't have the right to search the vehicle. And then all the evidence would have to be suppressed.
Okay, what does the Commonwealth have?
I don't believe that things are quite that simplistic, Your Honor. We're prepared. We have the officer here. He will testify as to what occurred that day, what cause he had to stop this individual. Now, I think the court.
Where did you get your information? That's the only reason they stopped you.
The citation, Your Honor.
What does it say?
Well, that's really not what the citation says, but go ahead.
For the preliminary hearing, but on the citation, Your Honor, it says, on the above date and time, I observed James Riley operating a moped on Cumberland Drive without eye protection. I turned around to perform a traffic stop on Riley when I observed Riley drive on the left side of the roadway on Cliff Street after stopping at the stop sign. I stopped him and advised him why I stopped him and asked to see his license, and then it goes from there.
Go ahead and read the rest of it.
Well, that's enough for me. I mean, he turned around to check on the helmet thing, whether he was right or wrong. He saw another violation. and pulled it
Absolutely.
off. So we'll just hear the entire evidence. Officer, you gonna take a stand?
Yeah.
Swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Take a seat there. Lean toward the microphone, identify yourself and with whom you're employed.
Hunter Tweedy with the Burkesville Police Department.
Okay.
Officer, you need to speak up. For some reason, my old ears are not picking up good this morning, or the acoustic in here is bad this morning.
Or both.
Or both. How long have you been employed as a police officer, Mr. Tweedy?
Almost a year and a half.
And how long have you been on duty here in Burkesville?
Almost a year and a half.
You need to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Were you on patrolling on September 29th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Is that when you observed Mr. Riley on Cumberland Drive?
Yes, sir.
What caused your attention to Mr. Riley?
I observed that he didn't have eye protection.
What kind of vehicle was he operating?
A moped.
After your attention was called to him without eye protection, what did you do?
I followed him
What was your intention in
to
following him?
perform a traffic stop.
All right. Tell the court what you observed him do and what followed from that.
I followed Mr. Riley. He stopped at the stop sign at Cliff Street in Owsley. And after he started again from the stop sign, he turned over
passed over into the opposite lane of traffic. That's when I initiated my emergency equipment and performed a traffic stop on Mr. Riley.
Was he driving on the left side of the road?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you say you initiated your, what, lights or siren?
My lights, sir.
And what, did he respond to that?
Yes, sir. He pulled over.
What was the first thing that you did when you approached Mr. Riley?
I advised him why I stopped him and asked to see his license.
All right, and did he produce a license?
He didn't produce a license. He produced a Kentucky ID.
And what, did you take any steps after he gave you produced the ID?
I ran it through dispatch. And they
What-
advised it was suspended.
You need to speak into this microphone here.
Yes, sir.
And you need to speak up. Mr. Hunley, would you move up here to the podium? That way he could respond directly to you without turning away from the microphone. Thank you very much.
What did you discover? That his license was suspended?
Yes, sir.
Did you make any inquiry on whether or not he had insurance on the vehicle he was operating?
I asked if he had insurance and couldn't provide insurance.
At that point, what did you do?
I asked for consent to search
And
after I tried to run him through field sobriety. Nothing concluded after that.
why did you stop the field sobriety?
He advised that he had bad legs, so I felt like I couldn't do the test.
Had balance issues?
Yes, sir.
How did he consent to the search?
I asked him for consent to search directly after I concluded the DUI investigation, and he advised that I could search.
All right. Now, tell the court exactly how the search proceeded.
We started searching him, and he started searching as well with me in the moped. He opened up the seat compartment and started pulling stuff out, and that's when I noticed the orange Crown Royal bag that he placed on the ground. I opened the bag and found a methamphetamine pipe.
This was an orange Crown Royal bag,
Yes, sir.
and in that bag was what?
Methamphetamine pipe.
How do you know it was methamphetamine pipe?
I advised Mr. Riley of his rights, and I asked him if he advised it was a meth pipe.
Did you read him his Miranda rights first?
Yes, sir, right before I asked him.
And what did he tell you about the pipe?
It was a meth pipe.
At that point, what happened next?
I placed Mr. Riley under arrest, and I put the bag on the hood of my cruiser. As I was returning, I noticed Mr. Riley was putting something inside the compartment under the seat, and discovered it was a .22 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol. That's when I handcuffed Mr. Riley, put him in the back of my cruiser, and collected all the evidence and processed the rest of the evidence with Deputy Lance Watson.
Or where did you do that?
Dispatch.
All right. Now, what evidence did you seize? Well, first of all, was everything you seized other than the pistol the contents of the orange bag?
Yes, sir.
All right, now tell the court what you found.
I found oxycodone, lorazepam, clonazepam, a different type of oxycodone, buprenorphine, gabapentin, and crystal methamphetamine.
How much crystal meth, you know?
I discovered 7 plastic small bags tied up in the knots, and then the vial weighing approximately 5.5 grams.
And was all of that placed into evidence in the birth
around, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he did stop at the stop sign. And then when he proceeded forward, you said he went into the opposite lane.
Yes, sir.
How far over to the opposite lane did he go?
All the way into the other lane.
Okay.
Right.
Now, there is no center dividing line on that street, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And I mean, he didn't go all over to the grass on the left, right?
No, sir.
Okay. So about how far over did he go?
Enough to where a car could hit him.
Okay. But there were no other cars coming, right?
Do what?
There were no other cars coming towards him, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And so you said that once you got him stopped, reading on your citation, it says, I brought Riley to dispatch and Deputy Watson assisted me in processing the evidence. What did Deputy Watson do to help you process this evidence?
Count everything.
Okay.
Identify the suspected drugs.
Okay. So was all of that found inside that Crown Royal bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. And so your only reason for stopping him was the lack of eye protection and crossing over the center line into the left lane, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have another question, Your Honor.
Okay.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Hey, do you have any other witnesses?
No.
You desire to call any witnesses, Mr. Portage?
I'm not, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm gonna find the search was reasonable. That there, he had a reason to stop him on coming up through there and whatever called its attention to him in the first place was one thing, but he crossed over and what the officer felt like was a violation. And so I'm going to rule that the stop was valid. Now, are we scheduled for a trial in this case?
No, Your Honor.
You want to?
We can do another pre-trial negotiation.
Okay, let's do March the 10th and the 16th, and I will provide you written findings on this hearing.
And Your Honor, on March 10th, I'm having an outpatient procedure done. Is it okay if me and Mr. Stockton get together before that day or another day?
If you have your client present on a day that will
Okay.
satisfy Mr. Stockton's right with me.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, it just depends on what you do. If you have a plea agreement, we might set it up in Monroe or Clinton. Okay, just wait there for negotiation.
Yes, sir.
We'll see what happens, or you, that case down there might become less important. It's going to be more important.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's all I have. Can I be excused?
Absolutely.
Thanks, sir.
Oh, I understand.
People are taking and selling the drugs, we'll.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Let's go to the Barron County Jail. Well, we have Hardin County on first. You just got one case, Hardin County. Let me take Hardin County first, okay? And then what I'll do is that I'll Hardin County, it's Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Austin Brown. Are you Austin Brown?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1993.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number, 6831.
Yes, sir.
We're here today on a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton, what do we have?
Your Honor, Mr. Brown has two co-defendants, Ryan Moore and Amber Huff. I had been requested by defense counsel to put these cases off because they have cases in Barron County also. The attorney for Mr. Moore, Patrick Lenham, has filed I'm sorry, got the wrong name wrote down. Mr. Graff has filed a motion to reduce bond. I'm opposed to that. So I don't know if the court wants to set a trial date for all three defendants. It's all the same case. Or if we want to have a hearing on the bond motion. I know this, we call Mr. Brown, but they're all three related, Austin Brown, Ryan Moore, and Amber Huff.
Where are the other two?
They're in the Barron.
Well, Barron County, will you turn your camera on now too and bring in, and do you have Amber Huff and Ryan Moore there?
Yes, Your Honor. Do you want them both at the same time?
Be good.
Okay, I'll get him for you.
What is the charge here?
You have a theft by unlawful taking over $10,000, criminal syndicate, and all three defendants have PFO first. I don't know if Ms. Huff does. I know Mr. Moore and Ms. Brown and Mr. Brown do. So
What kind of thing was it, Liz?
it was a utility trailer with a tractor and a pickup truck.
Are you Amber Huff?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1999?
Yes, sir.
Four digits, your social security number is 00079.
No, sir.
Ryan Moore, is he there yet?
No, they're getting him right now.
Okay, thank you. Who do you represent?
Judge, David Graff, conflict DPA, represent Mr. Moore.
In your honor, Lee Davis for Austin Brown.
They getting him.
Okay, could y'all stand up and get back away from the camera so I can see both of you?
He's still coming, Your Honor. He'll be here in just 1 second.
Okay.
Doesn't he stand up right now?
I guess we'll turn it this way.
When he gets in here.
He's waiting for him.
Tell you the same thing I'm telling you. You talk about nothing else but what the judge has. Got it? All right.
In Wayne County, we'll get y'all in just a second if you'll turn your camera off.
The one in the attorney room's ready to come out.
Mm.
All right, well, let me come here.
Megan, turn Wayne County's camera off.
Y'all come over here where he can see you both. Right here, make sure you're in screen.
Okay, that'll be good. Are you Austin Brown? I mean, are you Ryan Moore?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1988?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6354. We have Amber Huff, Ryan Moore, and Austin Brown here in 22 CR 0081, 80, and 79 companion cases. Mr. Stockton, will you get behind the microphone? What do you have to say in this case?
Your Honor, number one, I'm opposed to the bond reduction in Mr. Moore's case. If I need to, I'll explain why. And I thought since he had filed a motion for bond reduction, we just go ahead and get a trial date on all three of them. They're in
Okay,
jail.
why are you opposed? What is the bond now? What is the bond now on Mr. Moore?
Judge, if I may, it's $2,000 cash.
And it's probably, no disrespect to the court, it's probably too low. Mr. Moore has a PFO first. He's charged with a Class B felony. He has a criminal history, including Barron Circuit Court AO8 CR 46, where he got 10 years on an assault first, 17 CR 46, 146 out of Line Circuit Court. He had a promoting contraband 2 years. And in this case, we've got video camera footage of the defendants along with the confession. So I don't think a bond reduction is in order.
Are you working on this? 10,000 cash? You want to make,
Judge, if I may. And Your Honor, we're asking the court to consider a 10% with HIP. Mr. Moore can provide the court with full-time gainful employment. Now, in all candor to the court, there is a Barron County case that is similar circumstances this. We were originally going to go in front of Judge Alexander on March the 6th. I understand that may be a judicial conference date, so it's later in March. Judge Alexander has indicated that he would follow suit with whatever modification the Cumberland Circuit Court did. So, Your Honor, we're asking for HIP, and Mr. Moore can provide proof that he can have full-time verifiable employment.
Your Honor, if I may respond. I'm all for people working, but in this case, I believe Mr. Moore is a danger to the community based on his history and the acts committed in this case. And I'm opposed to a bond reduction.
well, I'll allow you to schedule a hearing for bond reduction. I won't use this as your one-time free shot at it. If you want to schedule a hearing for bond reduction, if you got proof, we'll allow you to do that with the coordination of that. Let's go ahead and schedule a trial date.
I left my calendar in the room. I'll bring it. Sorry.
Oh, right. That's the way I look at everything. This is really random. He said they wouldn't need cheating. It's principle and special rule. But they're waiting that.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, are y'all ready to proceed with the trial?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would advise the court that there is a discovery that may be provided this week on the Barron County case, but they're also charged with syndicate there as they are here. There's Facebook and social media dumps being that Ms. Gardner, the prosecutor there, indicated that should be out within the week. But there's phone dumps that they have requested on all three of these defendants plus other defendants that are not back yet, that we would hope that may contain exonerating material.
Well, I don't want to let the Barron
Wait a second, move over here.
case control what we do in this case, because I've not received any specific discovery requests of anything that I have jurisdiction over. We've provided all of our discovery, and so I'm ready to go.
Okay, let's see, find us a date. You think it'd take 1 or 2 days to try this?
2 days since there's so many lawyers and things.
You have a Monroe County trial that's on April 5th and 6th, Commonwealth versus Arms.
We were just set. I think it was, yeah, Logan Arms is on the 5th and Jeannie Ramos is on the 6th.
Yeah, that's right. So the 3rd and 4th would be tough for you, right?
Probably would be.
What about and then you got a trial on the 12th?
That's in Clinton County.
Yeah, what about the 10th and 11th?
Let's try that because I can do the Clinton County case and maybe Mr. Judd and somebody else can do one.
10th and the 11th.
Of April, Your Honor. I've got a jury trial scheduled in Meade County on the 10th.
I have a rule day. I apologize, Your Honor. I wouldn't be.
Okay,
And I'm also available on the motion as well.
well, I'm just gonna let y'all get together and pick a date because there's so many different schedules involved here. I'll just, we'll come back and y'all submit some dates to me and I'll just set a trial date by order.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Any excuse, sir?
Yes, absolutely. And I guess that finishes. Is anybody else in Marion County need to see us?
No, Your Honor, that's all.
Thank you very much. And I guess Hardin County, you're excused also. Thank you for your cooperation. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, and Logan County does not do Zoom. They say. So I'll do a transportation order. It's a motion for shock probation filed by DPA, okay? Logan County does not do Zoom.
Okay.
So I'm going to take a look at the motion. What's the basis of the motion?
Your Honor, he was terminated from probation due to a DUI that he had received in district court. That we still do not have a lab back on that case, and he has not pled. But he is,
Is it alcohol?
Your Honor,
Is it charged alcohol?
it just, I believe it tested for both alcohol or controlled substance, but there's not been a test returned. They didn't do a PBT. I don't believe there's a PBT done in that case.
Well, I'll just hold that in abeyance.
I
Okay.
understand, Your Honor.
File it in a timely manner. We'll just hold it in abeyance.
Okay.
Okay, let's go off the record. We'll be in Adair County in 15 minutes. We're scheduled to be there at 10:30. Unless is Adair County ready now? Are y'all ready? Go ahead.
Judge, we have Wayne County.
Okay, let's go to Wayne County. Wayne County. Wayne County. Thank you. Commonwealth versus Jason Criswell. Excuse me, Commonwealth versus Jason Criswell. Are you Jason Criswell?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1980?
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security number is 6256.
Yes.
You're here for the purpose of arraignment in case number 22 CR 0071. Are you represented by an attorney?
No,
Do you have the money to hire an attorney?
no.
Okay, well, I will appoint you an attorney now and then get an affidavit to support that later. The Office of Public Advocacy, Ms. Costello, y'all are appointed and I will follow it up with an affidavit. If a pretrial will have this gentleman do an affidavit at the jail and send it over to final determination. Mr. Criswell, the grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with flagrant and unsupported. You acknowledge, Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Criswell receiving the indictment. Excuse me. Waive
Yes, sir.
reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll set a a hearing, a negotiation date for the 10th. And then the next appearance is 16th. What is the amount of the arrearage alleged, Mr. Stockton? Greater than,
The indictment was 15,000, Your Honor.
yeah, okay. Well, we'll see him the 10th and the 16th. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, would the court consider,
You'll have to talk to the Commonwealth Court. Won't consider anything with that much of an arrearage and not know anything about the case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay, so, and you don't know anything about the case because you just got it, but if you, Mr. Stockman, work something out, I'll be willing to consider a change of bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Wayne County, thank you as always for your promptness and cooperation. Let's go to Adair County. And I guess that's not scheduled to 10:30. Are you ready at Adair County now, though?
We are, if you are.
Oh, I'm ready. David Davidson.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus David Davidson. Are you David Davidson?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1968?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security, 1972.
Yes, sir.
You're here on 21 CR 0095, a probation revocation, 22 CR 00104 pretrial conference, and 23 CR 0004 an arraignment. You're represented by counsel. You have the right to remain silent during the arraignment. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of a controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, possession of controlled substance, first degree, and tampering with physical evidence, possession of controlled substance, and second degree. You understand those charges?
Sir.
Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, your client shall appear next on the 10th for negotiation and on the 16th for the next court appearance. You wish to wait till then to try to do a global, or what are you trying to do, Mr. Stockton?
That's correct, Your Honor. We're pretty close on this case, so we may have a plea for all of it next month.
Okay, thank you very much. David Dixon.
Guilty.
Commonwealth versus David Dixon, 23 CR 0007. Are you David Dixon?
Yes, I am.
Were you born, sir, in 1966?
Yes,
Last four digits of your social security number, 2181.
correct.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment on 23 CR 0007. You have the right to remain silent, and are you presently unrepresented? Do you have an attorney?
I represented him in district court, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'll continue that representation and continue the appointment. Mr. Dixon, you have a right to remain silent, and I suggest that you do that. If you have any questions, you'll be able to ask your attorney. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with driving under the influence, second offense, operating a motor vehicle while suspended or revoked, possession of marijuana, reckless driving, speeding, and being a persistent felony offender. You understand those charges?
Yes.
Will
Yes.
you, I will forward the indictment back to your attorney. Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge that you received the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, acknowledge the identity of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
It will schedule
Those.
a negotiation date for the 10th and the 16th. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Dixon.
I apologize. I interrupted you. I was just wondering if I could get a copy of my charge. I don't have any paper.
Yeah, your attorney will get them up to you today.
Thank you very much.
I'll send you up there, and then you'll have a negotiation day on the 10th. And then your next court appearance will be on the 16th. And when will you be up to see him, Ms. Costello?
Your Honor, hopefully Monday.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Tyler England is next. There you go. Are you Tyler England? Mr.
Yes, sir.
England?
Yes, sir.
Are you Tyler England?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1999?
Yeah.
Are the last four digits of your social security number 2921?
Yes.
We're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. Do you have an attorney? Do
I apologize, my computer froze, so
you represent Mr.
I believe he's currently unrepresented.
Do you have any money to hire an attorney, Mr. England?
No.
Okay, well, I'm gonna appoint Office of Public Advocacy in order that an affidavit be done on Mr. England by pretrial to make sure that that representation continues. You have a right to remain silent, Mr. England. You've been indicted. An attorney will be up to see you short in the next day or so. The grand jury of Cumberland County had charged you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, failure to maintain insurance on the vehicle, no license in possession. And failure to use a seatbelt. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity? Excuse me, Mr. England. You see the indictment only formal reading arraignment. And your plea of not guilty, reserving all pre-trial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
He was sitting for a negotiation day on the 10th and the next court date on the 16th.
And Mr. England, if you have any questions for this afternoon, they have my number at the jail and you can call. I will hopefully be back at the office processing all this.
Did you understand that, Mr. England? I was calling. She said that they have her number, Ms. Costello's number at the jail, and you can call her if you have any questions, okay? This afternoon.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Oscar Fairley. Little tired. Are you Oscar Fairley?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1992?
Yeah.
Last four digits, social security number 5643.
Yeah.
You're here today for sentencing, Mr. Fairley. Have you had a opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report that was done at your previously? Just handed to you.
Yeah,
Is it substantially correct?
yes.
Read on council, this gentleman should not be sentenced today.
Your Honor, we would ask the court to, his diversion was revoked last month for termination of drug court. We would ask the court to consider placing him on probation for a second chance at this time.
Well, I take that he already got a huge chance, so I can't do that. I will consider it. I'll take a look at him at shock probation, maybe. You're sentenced to 5 in case number 19 CR 0089. And your attorney's indicated that she's going to do on shock probation, and I'll take a look at it then, okay? Thank you very much. Melanie Gardner.
Your Honor, would you like me to just stay in here instead of?
That'd be fine with me.
Okay.
Commonwealth versus Melanie Gardner. 22 CR 00110. Are you Melanie Gardner?
Yes.
We're here today on a pretrial conference. Were you born in 1990, Ms. Gardner?
Yeah.
Last 4 digits of your social security number are 0114.
Yes.
Okay. What does the Commonwealth have to say in this case, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, we have a felony plea.
Ms. Gardner, a motion has been filed today that said you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in 22 CR 00110?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today? Do you know what's going on?
Yes.
Have you discussed this charge with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence in your case? You feel like you're fully informed?
Yes.
You understand that that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea of guilty, I need to know that you fully understand those rights. You have
Yes.
right to you understand what I just read to you?
Yes.
Great. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence out of the law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will review the pre-sentence investigation report under probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you will have a right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Ms. Gardner will plead guilty in possession of controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 1 year to serve. Commonwealth opposes probation.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you did do the acts as charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes.
Are you doing so of your own free will?
Yes.
Knowing your constitutional rights, the court to fix your punishment.
Amber, just go ahead and get it.
You understand by entering a guilty plea today, any future convictions could be enhanced under persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I have a document here that alleges. Did you sign a plea agreement with these terms?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I will accept the agreement, order pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole, and schedule the sentencing to happen on March the 16th. Thank you very much. Probation parole officer will be over to see you shortly, the next day or two. Michael Harris. What does it do? Okay, there's an agreed order tendered by the Commonwealth. As far as the sanction is concerned.
That's correct, Your Honor. The problem we had was Haley Berry is his officer. She wasn't here last month and Mr. LaFoy is here for her this month. The defense to this case is that he called in and reported when they're saying he didn't. And since my witness is unavailable, I'm just asking for a sanction and have him to report in.
Okay, so he'll be let out today.
Yes, Your Honor, but he needs to make arrangements to report to his probation officer immediately.
When do you want him with the probation parole officer?
Mr. LaFoy is on, he could tell us.
As soon as he's able to, Judge, that'd be fine with me.
Okay, I'll sign an order and try to get your release today, and then you report directly to the Wayne County probation parole officer. Which
It's Christian County,
No, you're-
Judge.
you go to the Christian County. Well, it could take him some time to get down there. Mr. Harris, when you get out, how long is it gonna take to get back to Christian County? You got somebody to pick you up, sir?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay,
I was, before I decide to go back to Christian County, I would like to confer with, my lawyer on the possibility of just, staying in jail until my time is settled. And I'd like to speak to her before I decide to go back to Christian County.
Well, he has a 10-year sentence. If he wants to stand revoked, we can do that.
well, once I sign this order, they can't keep him in the Adair County Jail.
No, they'll have to release him. Maybe he needs to report to Mr. Garner and make arrangements where he's going to be supervised at.
Mr.
That's
Harris,
Yes, sir.
you don't have any place to go, is that the problem?
That's exactly right. I've been taken from my house where I was living in Christian County.
Counselor, do y'all have any services you can provide to him?
There's Joy Ministries in Columbia, but they only service women. I don't believe they service any males. Officer Varner, do you know of any services for males in Columbia?
There's a new one coming, but we haven't sent the DOC paperwork to the work this year.
Well, I'll hold off entry of this order, pass over the case, hold off entry of the order until your attorney has time to talk to you, Mr. Harris, okay?
Thank you.
Okay,
I'll refer my social worker today, Your Honor. Maybe she knows of something.
okay, Billy Huddleston. You said something. Billy Huddleston.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Billy Huddleston. Are you Billy Huddleston?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1962?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 3418.
Yes, sir.
You're here in 22 CR 0097. For the purpose of sentencing, have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is everything in there substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, is there any reason this gentleman shouldn't be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor, we just wanted to make sure that the one correction that was there was his credit for time served, or his custody time credit. I apologize. Officer Foley Bell did update that and send a new one. We just wanted to make sure that that's the one that the court had.
Upon plea of guilty possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, he shall receive a sentence of 1 year to serve. Court costs him now what? $215. Will you need some time to pay that, Mr. Huddleston?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll let you pay that at $30 a month. And the first payment will be 30 days after you get out, okay?
Yes, sir.
Make sure you can pay it. Mr. Huddleston, you're gonna have to be careful with these weapons. You cannot have any firearms. You understand what I'm saying?
Sir, so do now.
The next time, it probably won't go this easy. Okay, thank you. Dennis Kempton. Commonwealth versus Dennis Kempton. 19 CR 0047. Are you Dennis Kempton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kempton, were you born in 1974?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 8161.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your day for purpose of sentencing, you understand that?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor. We would ask the court to consider placing him on probation. This court terminated his, or avoided his diversion last month, after he had failed to complete treatment again. Your
Well,
Honor,
I'll take a look at shock probation and some history. Okay. Your pretrial diversion was revoked. So I shall sentence you to 3 years. And then we'll take a look at you on shock probation. You're gonna have to come to terms with this stuff. You're gonna have to come to terms with it. Okay, thank you very much. James Craig. James Craig, is that how you say your name?
Creedy.
Creed.
Creedy.
Yeah, Creed. Commonwealth versus James Creed. 22 CR 0042. Mr. Creed, were you born in 1988?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6376.
Sir.
What we got here today?
Your Honor, we have a diversion plea. The only, the paperwork reflects that this is a possession of a controlled substance first degree meth. It is not, it was an opiate of oxycodone. So I'm struck through the meth portion, but everything else is substantially correct.
Is that okay with the Commonwealth?
It is, Your Honor.
Motion's been tendered, sir. It says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in an indictment number 22 CR 0042?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired in any way today?
No, sir.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice? Have you viewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You know you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under Kentucky and the United States Constitution.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go over those rights, and then at the end of that time, I'll ask you if you understand them. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel in your jury trial. You have a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have a right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, the right to try the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged against you. Understand that by entering a plea of guilty, you will give up all of these rights. You understand that?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No,
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years?
no, sir.
Are you currently on probation?
No,
You understand if you do not fully complete the diversion program, the charge, if you do fully complete the diversion program, the charge will be dismissed. You understand that? You understand that if you do not complete the diversion program, when you're brought back before the court, I will have a pre-sentence investigation report done by, and have a sentencing hearing. You understand that?
yes, sir.
Mr. Stock, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Mr. Krieg, you will plead guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years, diversions to be supervised. He'll receive credit for time served and be released at the entry of the plea. Excuse me. And he will also follow all recommendations of the Social Service Commission, pay court costs, discretion of the court, maintain gainful employment.
Enter and complete the specialty court. So what you said.
No, Your Honor, not in this case.
You yawned there and I didn't. So what
I
were you doing?
sneezed. Thanks. He's heading that way if he has any positive drug tests, so he needs to keep his nose clean again
It's social services clinician referral.
at this time.
Is that your understanding, sir?
Yes,
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment?
yes,
You're doing so of your own free will. Knowing your constitutional rights is your desire to give those up and allow the court to fix your punishment.
yes,
I have a document here. Did you sign this document? Had the agreement in it?
yes,
Okay, I'll accept the diversion order. You'll need to meet with the probation parole officer to give information, and then they'll be subject to being released then.
Yes, Your Honor.
I see.
Monday, Your Honor.
Until you got to know.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have you, I want you to do him in the house and then I'll release him. I'm not, I don't have anything to do,
She showed me proof of
no way
insurance.
to control it until then, you know what I mean? You, where do you want him to meet you
Well, I have meeting at the Columbia office, the probation program.
at 8 a.m.?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you out Monday morning early and you can go over at 8 a.m. and meet with him and have somebody pick you up. And then you can be on your way rejoicing, okay?
okay,
Okay. Do what? Court cost is $210. I'll let you, you need some time to pay that.
Yes.
Okay, I'll let you do it $30 a month, first payment starting 30 days from today, okay? Charles McCoy. Commonwealth versus Charles McCoy, 22 CR 0099. Are you Charles McCoy?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1988?
Yes,
Last four digits, social security number 3104.
yes,
Here today on a pretrial conference. I understand you have a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, felony plea.
Okay. Mr. McCoy, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 00099?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No,
Have you had time to talk to your attorney? Are you satisfied with her advice?
yes,
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed about your case?
yes, Your Honor.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know you understand those rights. I'm going to go over them, and at the end, I'm going to ask you if you understand them. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor. The right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to part of the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charge against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Have you previously been, you understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
I apologize, Your Honor. This is a felony plea.
Oh, okay. You would have taken a diversion. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. McCoy will plead guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, 3 years, probated for 5 years, probation to be supervised. He'll be assessed and enrolled in the Cumberland County Drug Court Program. He will maintain gainful employment, pay court costs at discretion of the court.
Is that what you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty of the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay, knowing your constitutional rights, still your desire to have these rights, to waive these rights, allow the court to set your punishment. You
Yes, sir.
understand that any future guilty pleas or convictions of felonies in Kentucky, this could be used to enhance your penalty. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Did you sign a document that agreed to all this?
Yes.
Well, I'll accept the agreement order pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. Schedule a sentencing on March 16th. Now, has he been entered? Is the referral just now being made to the specialty
Yes,
court?
it's just now, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we'll take a look at that then and get him ready to be released to the specialty court when the time comes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Marcella Swinicky. Is it Chelly, Marcelli,
Marshall,
Marshall?
unless I've been saying it incorrectly this entire time. And I hope she would have told me.
Marshall Swinicky, is that how you say your first name?
Yes.
Okay. This is 20 CR 0023. Ma'am, were you born in 1970?
Yes.
Last 4 digits, social security number 34.
Revocation.
3404.
Yes, sir.
What revocation would be?
Okay, you're here today for a revocation, a diversion revocation.
Your Honor, Mr. Stockton and I have spoken, and he is agreeable to a drug court referral on Miss Schwinke.
What was the allegation?
She has a 3-year sentence on possession of controlled substance since November of 21 up through February of this year. She's had 4 positive tests for methamphetamine.
Okay. You have an agreement in this case, Mr. Stockton?
Yeah, I would ask that she stay in until she's assessed and qualifies for drug court and be released at orientation. And if she doesn't want to do that, we'll stand for revocation.
No, she would very much like to do that, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we'll hold her to an evaluation to see, and I'll continue this case until March the 16th. If she is accepted in the drug court, go ahead and we can do an agreed order on it, okay? If not, she's not accepted, we'll come back up for revocation on the 16th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Jimmy Smith. Commonwealth versus Jimmy Smith. Are you Jimmy Smith?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today for sentencing, Mr. Smith.
Yes.
22 CR 0098. You were born 1987. Last 4 digits, social security number 2981.
Yes, sir.
You had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole.
Yes.
Is there any reason why this gentleman should not? Is it substantially correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
While pleading guilty possession of a controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is he ready to roll out of the jail here pretty soon?
He would very much like to.
Okay, when can he meet with probation and parole?
Be Monday, 8 a.m. Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you out. I'll let you out Monday at about 7:30. Be over probation and parole officer. by 8, get your stuff signed up and have somebody pick you up, okay?
Okay.
You what?
Each day. Oh,
Court
shit.
cost and fine are $7.25. You need some time to pay that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll let you pay it at $50 a month, starting 30 days after you're released. Can you make $50?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, is that it? If you can't make it, tell me now. I mean, I could take it to 30.
Lower would be better, until I get a job at least.
Okay, well, I'm gonna make it 30.
Thank you, sir.
$30 a month. And if you can always pay more of it when you get out and get working, okay?
Thank you,
Yes,
Your Honor.
sir.
Okay. I'll have a release. You have it released for Monday.
Thank you.
Tyler Weber. Well, versus Tyler Weber. Cromwell versus Tyler Weber, 22 CR 00111. Are you Tyler Weber?
Yes, sir.
You're on a pretrial conference. You have an agreement on this case?
Yes, we have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Weber, were you born in 1995?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 9575, correct?
Yes.
I don't
A
know.
motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Currently under the influence of drugs.
I
or
know
alcohol.
that I don't, what, did you do one on the?
Mr. Stockton, Mr.
Oh,
Stockton.
I'm sorry.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is the plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment 22 CR 00111?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution.
Yes.
You have right not to testify. Nobody can make you say anything. You have right to speak trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel. At your jury trial, excuse me, you have right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called by the Commonwealth to testify against you. Excuse me. You have a right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court. If you lose, your right to file the Commonwealth proving on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged against you.
Yes.
You understand that by entering a plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may play any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will await a pre-sentence investigation report to be done for probation parole. In the event I do not accept it, I will inform you and you'll allow you to have withdrawal of your plea. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Weber will plead guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 1 year to serve. The Commonwealth opposes probation. He'll pay court costs at the discretion of the court, maintain gainful employment when he's released.
What is the court cost? What?
Your Honor, we would ask the court to consider waiving costs in Mr. Weber's.
Well, this is not sentencing.
Oh.
Consider that a sentencing. Is this what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Know your constitutional rights and still your desire to proceed and allow the court to fix your punishment.
Yes.
You realize that by entering this plea, you're a convicted felon, and any future convictions will enhance the range of penalty. You understand that?
Yes.
You have signed a document that reflects this agreement. Your attorney's presented to the court. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I will accept the plea agreement and set your sentencing on the 16th of March. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
James Buddy Whitlow. Commonwealth versus James Buddy Whitlow, which is 22 CR 0083. Mr. Whitlow, You were born in 1985, is that correct?
Sir.
Last four digits of your social security number, 2662.
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to look at this pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor, but I did have one correction if I could approach. It was on Mr. Whitlow's behalf and he wanted to make sure I marked through this.
What was,
On page 22 and 26.
well, the Commonwealth has a right to know.
Oh, yes, I was hoping Mr. Stockton could hear me on the mic.
I can hear.
It was, let's see, as a medical condition, he does not have that, so he wanted me to mark through that.
Well, there shouldn't, I would delete the medical condition.
Oh, and thank you.
There's some private information there that they say is incorrect, and we'll make sure that's deleted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, upon a plea of guilty to trafficking and controlled substance first degree, defendant receive a sentence of 9 years to serve. Considering the length of the sentence, I'm going to waive the court files.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, is there anyone else there in Adair County that we have skipped over inadvertently?
No, that's it.
Okay, well, thank you all. Y'all are excused.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the criminal docket?
Your Honor, if I may, we could recall a case if you would be agreeable to it with regard to Juan Garcia, who was earlier arraigned this morning. And he is actually being held right now on a $20,000 surety bond. But he had posted, if your Honor would agree.
Tell me what the deal is now. Tell you.
Well, so he posted a $10,000 cash bond in district court. And I wasn't aware that that was what actually posted. So there's a $20,000 hanging over his head right now, and he's still being held. I'm wanting to see.
How does the Commonwealth feel like a $10,000 cash bond?
That's sufficient, Your Honor.
Okay,
Okay, all right, just needed
another small victory.
one step at a time.
Yeah, it's like, like Paul Patton told, well, actually, it wasn't him, it was Wallace Wilkins said, he's like a rat. He was like a rat after a millstone. If you bite on it long enough, you'll finally make some progress. Okay, that concludes the Cumberland Circuit Court for today. Thank you.
Judge, I hope you get feeling better.
I feel okay. It's just about to wear me out. Anytime you don't have anything that you're in severe pain with, or that's fatal, you shouldn't really complain very much. But it's worn me Got it.
Afternoon, Judge.
Hello.
We're here today to request a motion to modify time sharing for the minor child.
Well, it said that, but it looked like you asked to change custody.
Yes, we're going to request for the biological father to have full custody at this time.
Of course, that's what I'm trying to decide which standards apply, because there's one standard it does on the custody and the other one for changing of time sharing.
Right. Well, we did put in here for visitation as long as it's supervised by the cabinet.
Where is the other side here?
Ms. Scott Wright does not appear to be in the courtroom today. She was sent notice on February 14th of this motion.
How was she served?
She was served through certified mail at her PO box as well as her physical address.
Okay, who has the child most of the time now?
Mr. Scott has had the child essentially since August 9th of this year. Whenever Miss Scott Wright went into incarceration, she was released sometime in October. And since her release, the minor child has remained with him. He said until the filing of this motion, she has all of a sudden come back and is wanting to take custody of the child.
Yeah. Well, it appears to me there needs to be some findings of facts, conclusive law, and she needs to be here. Do me an order granting him temporary custody of the child and limiting her visitations to some established thing, and then have her to be present on the rule day on March 16th if she objects to making that a permanent situation. Okay.
Okay.
I read the facts in your case, and I think I will give her an opportunity to come and have a hearing. Right? There's usually I would schedule a commissioner's hearing, but if she's not here, there's no indication she's going to come. Would attend that until we find out whether she's going to come back. So you understand what the ruling would be? What kind of visitation are you giving her now? Is she getting now?
Well, that's what I was going to ask, Judge. Right now, these two do not seem to be able to co-parent. The last time she was on Mr. Scott's property.
No, has she seen the child since she got out of jail?
How many times?
She gets him on let's see, Fridays till.
I can't hear you, man.
She gets him on Fridays till Sunday.
Okay, well, you want to continue that?
I think Mr. Scott is objecting to that, especially due to she was recently indicted in Metcalfe County earlier this month.
Okay, is there someplace where she can visit the child that he's comfortable with? Is there a member of her family where she can visit, let's say weekly until we get this? I'm not going to take all the visitation away from her or anything without some sort of hearing or her not being here. So I want to allow her some visitation with it. How old is the child?
He's 13.
Yeah. So,
He's 13.
Do what?
He's 13.
Yeah. What does he say about things?
He wants to stay with me.
Well, I know, but he wants to see his mom too, doesn't he? Of course he does,
Judge, I think the issue is her mother and father have got some pending drug charges as well.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I want you to tell me not who we don't want to have it. Give me someone that we can have for visitation.
Judge, Mr. Scott is saying he doesn't know any of her other family aside from her mother and father.
Who are her mother and father?
Ronnie Anderson and Terry Anderson.
Are they from here in Cumberland County?
They are.
Yeah. She has no siblings that have done well or anybody.
Sister.
He says that she has a sister who is also dealing with some custody issues at this time.
Okay.
That's why we requested visitation with the cabinet, is her other two biological children are there.
Okay, well, we'll establish visitation with the cabinet then temporarily until we have a full hearing.
Okay.
Submit an order doing that. I'm just, The worst thing you can do when you get a child involved in something like this is, even though they recognize their parent has a problem, you don't want to cut them off from that parent, you know. So give me an order.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Hunt versus Sexton. Okay, this is up for review. I guess on the 1st of February, we signed an order that the petitioner will be granted temporary custody of the minor child until a resolution of 22F00103. What's going on in this case now?
Judge, it's my understanding the current arrangement has been working well, and the Commonwealth was unable to present this to the grand jury today due to the detective being unavailable. So we're kind of still in the same place.
It'll probably do the 60-day rule of dismissal at some juncture. What is the pending charge?
The pending charge is sodomy 2nd degree and sexual abuse 1st degree.
Okay, well, let's just leave this in place the way
Okay.
it is. Yeah. Does anybody have any objection to that? No. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Mid-South Capital Partners versus MDH Corporation.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Hunter Jones for the plaintiff.
Okay,
This is plaintiff's motion for default judgment, summary judgment, order of sale. This is a tax lien foreclosure case. The property owner was served by.
I didn't see anything where you justified you're saying that you did it on a contract for $2,000, right?
I'm actually standing in for Mr. Patterson today, but yes, he did charge a flat fee of $2,000.
But I don't accept flat fees. He's gonna have to document the $2,000, okay?
I understand, Your Honor. If you did want to set a hearing on attorney fees, would you want to grant the motion today and just reserve that issue for?
Yes, that'd be fine. If you'll submit an order granting summary judgment and then have a hearing on attorney fees, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Riley versus Riley. And this is a default judgment of divorce from Judy Dale Riley. It looks like that she served in Louisville, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, looks like it's in order. Okay. You're a free man.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, the next docket item is at 2:00, correct? So we'll be in recess until 2:00 when we will have a DVO here. I'm gonna do the DVO docket first. We have a confidential docket, but it's gonna be done by Zoom, right?
Yes.
Okay. Christy Nicole Lee versus Jared Wayne Stewart. Somebody have a file for me. Hello,
Hello,
who do you have with you here today?
Judge. I have Christy Lee present with me today.
Okay,
And Judge, I looked at the record too. It appears that he was served with the custody petition, but they did not serve him with the EPO. And it's my understanding there's also an outstanding warrant that he hasn't been served with. So I don't know.
well, we'll just wait till we get service on.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Leanne Mowers versus Cody Lynn Key.
Judge, Ms. Mowers is requesting to drop her current EPO against Mr. Key.
I don't think she's wanting to modify it, isn't she?
Yes, or we would take a modification.
And tell me, you raise your right hand. Swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I would like to drop the EPO that I have against Cody.
You're not gonna be able to drop it.
No.
Okay, modify. I would like to be able to have contact with him and for my son to be able to have contact with him via phone since he's incarcerated. And if at all possible, following his incarceration, we would like to be around one another.
What do you mean be around one another?
Our DNA tests come back and he is the biological father of my child.
Yeah,
I would like to just co-parent with him and for us just to be able to get along and have a good.
well, I'd like for you to be able to get along too, but the testimony of it about him choking you and all that, so all that was true, right?
He,
Was that true? Did you falsely testify in this court?
no, sir, I didn't, but I
Okay,
might
well,
have.
now let me ask you something. I'm willing to modify it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm willing to modify it and to allow him to talk to you on the phone. And then I suggest you get, you do some sort of agreement. You represent her, correct?
Yes, Judge.
I would represent you submit an order to have some kind of structured visitation at safe places with her and the child until we see how this goes.
I have done that, Your Honor. I spoke with Mr. Cross and Mr. Cross has not yet presented it to Mr. Key at this time.
Okay, well, I will modify it now to allow you for him to speak as long as he's incarcerated to you and the child on the phone about the child's welfare. And I'll wait for an agreed order to be submitted on visitation when his incarceration period, whenever it is, might be sooner, might be later, okay? But I'll be glad to take a look at that also. So it will stay in place, but will be modified.
Thank you.
Great, thank
Thank
you.
you, Judge.
Costello versus Harris. Let me have that file. Okay, you are Christy R. Costello, and you are Holly Joe Harris. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Now, there has been a petition filed here for a protective order. I have had an opportunity to review it, and I want to go over the allegations here with you, okay? The respondent, Ms. Costello, says that you originally had a criminal charge before her in 2018. And after that, you contacted her on the cell phone. She blocked your number, reported it to her attorney. She has since that time made multiple numbers, had used multiple numbers and attempted to call. All those numbers have been blocked. You have emailed her constantly. She blocked all the emails. She sends frequent, erratic, nonsensical, and rambling letters. She's brought numerous gifts to the Justice Center to attempt to deliver them, and was told that they would not be accepted and she could not leave it. And at that time, you took those gifts to Miss Costello's father's business and dropped them there and ran out the door. She's tried to approach the petitioner's biological father to have gifts delivered. You have contacted her brother on FaceTime. You've been told by law enforcement officers and other individuals in authority to stop your attempts to contact or harass the petitioner. The petitioner says that she, because of your actions, has great concerns about your mental health and fears for her safety, that she has never spoken to you at all in her life outside of court. Now, do you deny any of these allegations?
Yes.
Okay, raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Tell me what you want to say.
The only time that a gift was refused was this Valentine's Day. And that's why I took it to Keith's. He was busy with business. And so when I looked him in the eye and I set it on the counter there. But that was the only gift that had been rejected from the Justice Center. Stacy took the last one, which was in, I believe, September. And she didn't tell me that I couldn't leave it. She accepted it. And that's why I thought, because I brought one, on her birthday and Valentine's Day, and then that one in September. But other than that.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question here. What about all these numerous contacts and attempts, everything? Why are you doing this?
Because I liked her. Because I like her.
Okay, well.
But I fooled myself. I mean.
Do what?
Because I like her, I didn't see any harm.
The thing
in it,
about
so-
it is, you have all these multiple phone calls that are blocked, inappropriate attempts to contact, emails, all this contact with her family. It's risen to the point that it has to stop.
I was not aware they were blocked, sir. I have no intention of carrying out. It's a hard pill to swallow. I'll swallow it. She doesn't want to contact me or have any, that's fine.
That would be the way it is. Okay, now it's more than a hard pill to swallow. What I'm doing is signing an order. And if you violate this order, I will put you in jail.
I understand.
You think I'm not serious about this?
I understand. I fully understand.
Okay. Now, do you have any apologies that you want to offer at all? Just forget it. She says she doesn't want an apology. She just wants no contact from you, no attempts, no way to circumvent this. I want you to understand this. I want you to tell me, if I violate this order, I will go to jail.
I understand. If I violate
I'm
this
gonna hear
order,
you.
I will go to jail. I
Okay.
understand.
Okay, well, I'll enter the order for a 3-year period. You have anything?
Just would like to say, I know that for 4.5 years this has gone on. And I have ignored thinking it would go away. I want you to know that it is not flattering, it is not cute, it is not funny. It's caused me to have concerns for my safety. It's caused the people who love me to have concerns for my safety, and I just want to stop.
And I will further inform you that if any action is taken, for example, if anything happened to the petitioner in this case, that it would be a capital offense. I'm just telling you that. I don't want you to shake your head about it. What you've done is already abnormal. So I cannot anticipate that you might not do something else abnormal. I am telling you that if you were to do something to the petitioner under this order, it's a capital offense. You understand that?
I understand.
Okay.
Judge, I did not put my address in there for obvious reasons. And I don't know how the court will deal with that, because I obviously do not want her within 500 feet of my residence, but if by some chance she does not know where I live, I would like to keep that.
I don't.
Well, then, I don't know how we will.
Okay, I'll take care of that.
I do have a question. The sheriff took my gun, my dad's gun, and I just do not want to lose that. My mom bought it for him their first Christmas, and
Well, you need to obtain counsel and come back to the court about your gun.
what,
Get a lawyer.
And one other question, sorry. I did ask for not using my name or my likeness on our social media because that has happened in the past. And will that be part of this order?
It will be.
Thank you.
Okay, I expect not to see you again on this. You may leave. Okay, what else do we have here? Is it the confidential matter, the only thing we have left? Okay, Ms. Fisher is on this one. Ms. Fisher, are you on the line?
I am, Judge.
Just let me go back and turn off.
Okay, I'll have to go back and we'll have to make sure that we're not on YouTube.